It is ma'am.
Hail everyone, this is Geek Tropology and welcome to Progressive Park. Today we are gonna talk about old school tech, old school everything, and I have a question for the chat, but I will wait until we have more viewers. Uh, and I want to speak about old school tech today. I want to speak about what is lost on modernity, about how we used to consume media. Well, sadly, the way we consume media now is completely broken. We depend on a small group of people with a small agenda to provide us with every single piece of content we have had throughout history. The streaming is a way to keep you in check, keep you in balance, away from whatever you want. Let's say you want to have an old school cartridge of Pokemon Yellow. You want. That's how it works. Almost everything you will try to get on current day will be on digital, accessible through the internet, and you will have no ownership over it. That's why I liked good old games, you know? It was a good way to have old games without being pressed by the companies. Now it's not working as intended. But, you know, CD Projekt Red will be back again soon enough, maybe. And if it's not back, well, we'll try something different, something better, something newer. Uh, that's how it works. We have been through this kind of stuff how many times throughout humanity's history? Have you seen how many books have been burned and how many temples have been completely destroyed? We are still here. And media is still here. Good old games give you no DRM, so you can get a lot of old games, keep them on your hard disk drive, and forget it. You know, you can get your hard disk drive on a closet for the next 20 years, and you will be able to recover the data on a proper time. What about something better, something more permanent? Physical media. Video games, you can buy them on physical media, right? Wrong. Most of the physical media you can get now is incomplete. If you get the newest release of a game on physical the day it was launched, you will have a piece of crap. The disc usually contains a unusable version of the game because they wait for they want to release a patch, and then the metadata will give them how to better it and better it and better it for the rest of time, I guess. So you currently on video games you cannot have a video game in the physical media. You can have the console with an update and the physical media to play that update, but it's not the same, you know? And it will never be the same, no matter how hard you try. It will always stay in the same vein. It's ethereal. At which point do we take back the capability of having a functional game on the disk? We should now. We should ask politely, if we can, to Xbox, to PlayStation, to Sony, to Microsoft, to Nintendo, to release the final versions of the games on physical media for the console that it was launched. For instance, Nier Automata, a game that I deeply love on the PS4. If I play it from the disc, it will be incomplete. It will be almost not unplayable, but it will not have a good performance on my console. I will want to actually spend the money for a final release, for a final version of the game, for a library, if you want, for a archive version of the game that I can purchase on physical, fully developed, with every single update, every single piece of DLC. I store it on my closet and I can forget about it for 20 years and play it when I want, you know? And you may be realist and say the machines that play those media will fade out, will stop working. You are correct. You are correct. But the machines can be restored, or you can make a facsimile to the machine that can actually play the game. For instance, if you have an old school cartridge of a Super Nintendo game, you can currently have machines that will play it without any trouble. If I could, let's say, 10 years in the future, for instance, that I want to play my PS4 games and the PS4 store and the PS4 servers are down. Will I be able? No, I won't. Believe it or not, movies are going to the same way. Some small mistakes that haven't been properly taken care of will be on the Blu-ray. Then your Blu-ray will update the file from the internet while you play it, and you will get a new version of the film. That means, in a point, they will be able to send dummy data files to be played on your console, or in your, sorry, not console, your player, and those data files will download the last piece to be played correctly. This is something that is currently already on works. This is something that people want to do now. I have heard rumors for technologies based on that kind of stuff from Sony, from MGM, from other companies. They are looking forward a time where you cannot own a movie on your disc. And why I'm playing Monkey Island? Because I want. I want to dream of an electric chip. My tongue is twisted. Electric ship. I subscribe to the theory that Decker is a replicant, by the way. I do believe Doomcock is fully right on that regard, but anyway. The dreaming of electric ship is about the existence of the ghost in the shell, the ghost in the machine, this level of consciousness that is inside of the on the machine that maybe, just maybe, can interact with the human and become sentient in a way. Actually, that's possible, and I have seen examples of artificial intelligence getting crippling depression. And I mean it. I have seen artificial intelligence having a crippling depression, and it's wonderful to know that a machine can fall into the same pitfalls as humans do. Anyway, yeah, is that is the ghost in the shell, is the dream that a machine can have or could have if the machine were to get into a certain mind state. Um, yeah, machines will have that capability at a point. I'm pretty sure of that because it's happening already. Oh man, when I was in the university, I was studying artificial intelligence. That was freaking fun because my teacher used to say a lot of things that will never be really be made. And now those things already exist. I'm like, you know what? That's pretty rad. That's pretty rad. Technology has gone so ahead of imagination that things that were impossible 15 years ago are now fully real. Those dreams of artificial intelligence are supposed to be exactly the same process that our brain has clearing cache at the end of a task. When you go to sleep and you dream, that's your brain's cache working out. Your brain tries to catalog everything you have done throughout the day, and it will actually store some small parts into your neocortex and store it as complex memories. And I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting to hear someone on IO just go ahead and say we had this recollection of random data and we really think this is a dream. That will happen in the next 10 years, I can assure you. 5, if Google stops messing around and goes back to the real research on quantum computing, I will take that. When when I was going to these nice events for technology, they were releasing Motorola industrial phones, Motorola military grade tablets, and I had to sign an NDA for a year because we were seeing this new technology on this tablet. It was using Android 4. Android 4. The bloody thing had. Let's say, if you were to shot to the screen, the bullet will not work. The bullet will just be reflected, or deflected in this case. It was not Gorilla Glass. Gorilla Glass is a lower level of resistance, but it was incredible. It's just incredible having this tablet that you could actually bash with an axe, and I did that. I did that, and I did that with all the happiness I could. If someone gives you an axe and gives you a tablet and tell you you can hit it, you will. hell, man? I wanted to be an asshole also. It was beautiful, man. It was just beautiful. Right now, if you drop your phone, it will shatter. It will be a bunch of pieces and shit. And it's because it's supposed to be made for a consumer level product. But military grade products are usually leagues above. And I mean it, leagues above. And I had to play with this incredible phone that no, take it. Take the bloody thing. It was fun. It was a fun. Had the keyboard, but a screen, a military grade screen at that. Let's fire the cannon. And a keyboard that was this weird kind of handle that you will get in your one hand and you will type with the other, and it was supposedly made for exploration and rescue, so it will tolerate pressures underwater up to 50 meters or something like that. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. I really miss being able to play with that kind of toys. Stupid toys, by the way. And a waste of money. If you were to purchase one of those, it will be 5-6 times the amount a normal phone will cost you. So you didn't spend that kind of money if you had not the intention to save lives. And let's rescue the arm. And I remembered how to play this game finally. I'm pretty happy. Shush, alright. I miss being able to play with those toys. It was nice. Going to the conferences, to the military grade conferences, it was incredible. Motorola had just divided into Motorola and Motorola Mobile. Motorola Mobile was purchased later by Google. And yes, Google has a lot of Motorola patents right now. And the military team on Motorola wanted to participate with the firefighters on Quito, Ecuador. So they decided to try their products on a small test. I was quite impressed. I had firefighters with open mouths with a face of holy shit, that's amazing. I don't know if they ever purchased everything they got. Maybe some government subvention, something on that track. I'm pretty sure they did something on that. Well, anyway, also police grade equipment was great. Reviewing those was incredible. My few contacts on the police right now are from those times, and are not great contacts on the police. If I were to do something stupid, I will be fucked up for life. It is what it is. You take the good with the bad, and then mix it all together in a flask and stick it in your bum. But because why not? By the way, this part of the game, I love it. And at the time, why they were calling for stupid as idiots like me to go to those conferences and to test equipment because we were the geeky guys. On small communities, you don't have a vast array of people. You have a really, really, really small array of people. So if you like technology, you will like also anime, and you will like also comics and video games and a lot of stuff, because to be able to have friends, you will need to understand what the hell you are speaking about with people. And the only people that will actually understand what the hell you are talking about will be more nerds. It's easy. I love this game. The other day I said I will gladly watch a Monkey Island movie. Then someone reminded me that the movie will actually be made out of Lucas Films, and it will be a Kathleen Kennedy production. And no, I have thought it better, and I do not want by any means a Monkey Island movie, and that's sad. I will take the Voodoo Lady. Dude, you can get actually Oprah playing the Voodoo Lady, and that will be amazing. Let's go to the town, will we? This is my favorite part of the game. Yeah, the Voodoo Lady is amazing. And the Voodoo Lady had the best four wall breaks of all time. And she is not in the town, right? She is. No, this is the place where you have a banjo duel. This game is amazing. Have I told you that? Let's go back to the map and to here. Yeah. Let's go to the Voodoo Lady. Hey, Murai. Anyway, yeah, we used to be complete geeks. You could not have a half as geek, because you know how we are. We will give you a lot of tests about stupid stuff. We will be discussing how Superman was not meant to be separated into two beings, the blue Superman and the red Superman, but someone messed it up, and I hated that time of the comics. Those Superman comics were crap, were shit, were fucking unbearable. But anyway, yeah, you needed to know what you were talking about, so a lot of people will give you random tests of knowledge. The Voodoo Lady. I tell you, Oprah will be incredible on this role. Dude, you have done businesses with her twice now. So man. There was a time where if you were to sit down with a nerd, that nerd will know what the hell was Linux. Maybe will be unable to properly use Linux, but will know what the hell was Linux. So when the fucking thread on Jurassic Park says, "This is Unix! I know this!" Well, a lot of nerds thought immediately, yep, that's Unix. And that's the Silicon Graphics UI, and people used to be knowledgeable about those stuff because first, pop culture was not this big. Japan was a small potatoes on pop culture for a long while. Um, and the few things that uh, filtrated from the US to Ecuador to Latin America and to Europe as a whole. It was small pieces of things like blockbuster movies. If a blockbuster movie made money on the US, it will sell well everywhere. So it was released on Latin America a couple of years later because they needed to do a lot of negotiations. It was a mess. Some movies got around the world 6, 7, 8 months, some 4 years after they were released on the United States because it was hard doing the deals and signing every bit of paperwork and making sure there was not bootlegging involved because a lot of cinemas were into bootlegging and reselling the movies. Fun stuff. I will have done something pretty similar, but I will have forgone the money altogether. I do not need money. Bring me more movies. I will give you movies, and I will have make an archive of everything I could. That's my weird mindset anyway. God damn, I love this game. Times where you jumped from one device to another, let's say an Amiga or a 3DO or something like that, and you went to a higher capability machine, it will be amazing. And a lot of the times, I love this game. This guy gets his girlfriend stolen, literally. Oh, damn. No, it won't. Changing from a Pentium 1 to a Pentium 2 to a Pentium 3, those leaps. Now, if you get the next CPU on the line, it will be an improvement, but it won't be the huge improvement each generation made, which is sad. But Moore's law is dead. Directly, Moore's law is dead. Oh, let me see if there's audio. Yeah, there is audio. The other day I spent like 10 minutes without audio, something like that. It was fun. Yeah, okay. I'm used to dying. Okay. Now I can go to the barbers and actually start doing something on this game. Man, the artwork in this game was amazeballs. Just amazeballs. I was playing with my best friend on the Wii U. Ah, the blood stain. This game is amazing. Hey, Liam Nelson Steen. Thanks for listening, man. And I want to make this question to you and everyone that comes to the stream. Are you a Betamax guy or a VHS guy? I have those two because in my household we had both. But I know a lot of households had one or the other. And for me, Betamax is the superior way to watch a movie, only because it has a bit of a better quality on the image. But let me tell you, VHS was incredible, was amazing. Oh man. Being able to properly get every single, yeah, jailbreaker, and I need this. I was really used to the sound on cassette tapes for stereos. That hissing sound of lo-fi that came from playing it over and over and over throughout years. Oh yeah, the paperweight. I need to talk to him. Back in the 80s and 90s before DVDs, I was all about VHS. Never got into Betamax, but I knew it was higher quality. Just Liam Nelson's chin, it was higher quality. And to be fully honest, it was also that you could store a bunch more on the same place. This is something that audio files and video files won't tell you, but the huge change for DVDs. My family purchased our first VHS recorder in 1985, so I could record live at of the oh man, recording of the television was one of the best things of my childhood. Yeah, it was 2 hours of record time, and man, movies on television, you will get just right in front of the VHS to the remote controller was shit. You needed to press the buttons there on the machine to be able to properly record a movie, because you didn't want to have the commercials and stuff. You wanted it to be perfect, and if a bit of the commercial was to get into the mix, you will rewind a bit the tape and make sure everything was perfect. And some channels knew you were doing that, so they used to actually make the cuts in a way you will be able to properly record them. It was a good way of some people to give you a chance to do that. And I know that because my uncle used to work on a TV station. And it was that stupid, the amount of piracy you used to get from the TV station, that sometimes they will play VHS tapes recorded from a TV broadcast to replay a movie because they lost or fucked off the original master tape. So having them was a lifesaver. It was a real lifesaver. Ah, that smooth voice. The guy that's always sharpening the blade is called Eddie Van Halen. Yes, that Van Halen, or Van Hagen in this game. And you have a banjo duel with him, and he starts to play fucking heavy metal on the banjo. And is oh man, this game I used to play it on a Pentium 1. Pentium 1. I am still thinking about every single day the amount of amazingness that is being able to stream on my PC, to actually make a broadcast. When I was a kid, making a broadcast was a huge shit. I remember when CSPAL, the back in the 90s. I'm sorry, that's about Horseman. Back in the 80s, MTV used to show full concert in. Yes, I still have a few of the VHS tapes. Dude, my dad was way into music. He was a musician, and most of the tapes on my household were him copying some master tape of a concert, or just randomly from MTV or such. And I remember this huge collection, and he had 2000 or so stuff in the single place. And the rack where the VHS were mounted on started to bend and crack, and it was sounding like it will fall off. Man, that will be a couple of. How many kilos will 2000 VHS tapes will weigh? I need to know that. But yeah, the wood was breaking, falling apart because of the weight of all those VHS. I love that guy. Ah, man. Then things got different when DVDs came. DVDs were a huge leap First of all, instead of spending a huge amount of money on a VHA tape, that's why you will reuse and reuse and reuse the same tape, and you will try to make every second of the tape count. It was because VHS tapes were pricey and VHS tapes were scarce. But DVDs was a whole other monster. You could go to a store and purchase them. Not even a store. When I was a kid, just on the corner of the street where my granddad used to live, there was this guy that used to set a table full of DVDs, full of pirated bootleg DVDs. And it was. Yeah, it was quite interesting. Some of them had terrible quality. Some of them were direct copies of the DVDs, had nice menus, everything. Ah, man. And I will talk about something really stupid that used to be on my city. From my high school, 2 blocks to the north, you'll get to this nice store where this lady used to sell a lot of bootleg DVDs, including porn. I was in high school. I reiterate, I was in high school. I used to go there, get into the store, and the nice lady already knew what I will be purchasing, and she will recommend one or another interesting video for my enjoyment. Yes, there was an old lady that used to sell porn to teenagers and used to recommend that porn. And you know what? It was not only to teenagers. I once saw a man that worked on the government ministry, on the government secretary. I don't know how to properly translate a ministry to the US government, but anyway. And the guy will actually buy porn there and will get nice recommendations. And the lady was incredible at recommending stuff. I love this game. And yeah, it was an old lady that used to sell porn and recommend porn, and it was amazing. It was just amazing. She will know exactly what the fuck you were. Oh, the bold jokes here were. Then I guess those kind of stores got bigger and meaner, and you will have this store on a major mall that used to sell 200 DVDs for $50. And I mean it was something that stupid. Of course, you will not go and just purchase anything, but it was amazing to be able to properly spend the money to buy a huge collection in an instant. But, and this is the important stuff, it will not have any case. The DVD will be loose. So you had to invest another $50. Yeah, they were that incredible at business making. They will sell you the covers and the cases and everything for the DVDs you have just purchased for the same amount of money you spent on the DVDs. And I did it a couple of times. And what was the Jawbreaker for? What I was supposed to do? Yeah, I'm supposed to take out the paperweight so the pirate. Huh. Anyway, I don't want to stay in the same place for. Okay. In the same place too long because the music will get tiring for some people. Oh yeah, I can get stuff on the theater, right? Yeah, it was incredible. My first collection of pop culture DVDs was gotten just that way, and I had to actually get a sticker, a black I forget the name of the material, but a black sticker that I sprayed with silver paint, so it will see like it had stars and stuff, and I covered every single DVD with that. Cut the proper holes and make it look really good, really smooth. And yeah, that was the decoration of my Star Wars DVD collection. Then the episode 3 was released on Blu-ray. And you know what? I took the wise decision to buy my first original DVD. It was episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. It costed me $25, and I was just finishing my day at work. I was 15 at this time, and I was working on a mall selling timeshires. And anyway, I get my money and I see in front of me the DVD store, the music record store. It was a Tower Records, if I'm not mistaken. And I go in. They have the DVDs there. I see my money and I think, I want this. I want this. It was the first time I was in front of something original. Uh, Blade Runner, man, that's fucking amazing. Yeah, that's a good first purchase, man. That's incredible. And man, having an original disc that actually, if you were to take apart the cardboard casing, it will become a poster, and it blew my mind. It blew my mind having that. Then I got into video games. I started to get some money, and by 18, I was able to buy my first console, a Nintendo GameCube, from one of my best friends that had just got himself a Wii. That meant he could play all the GameCube games on the Wii. So he sold me his old GameCube. That was my first home console. Then the PS2 and then the PS2 and GameCube, I have them properly chipped, properly modded, so I could play bootleg games. And man, on the PS2, I must have played 100 and some video games. I finished whatever I could, and I mean it. I had the hack games, dot hack. It was actually quite good. The hack GU games were not that great, but anyway, Shinobi, Onimusha, the Resident Evils, Okami. Oh man, I love Okami. It's an incredible game. On the GameCube, I got every single character and every single stage on Smash Bros. Melee. And I did that because my best friends were incredible at Smash. I sucked. I will play with them and I will get wrecked in a second, in a split second. I had my controller trying to bait, trying to set a normal smash, maybe take out someone from the scenario, and they will come and fuck me up right in the face. I had two options. One, cry about it. The other, play harder, play better, become. Oh, yep. Man, it was. Even the friends. This is not the first time I get my friends from the internet. The first time I got my friends from the internet, it was because Pokemon. And this is the story how I met my best friend, and I have photographs about this, so I should. Fuck it. Let's save, and I want to show you something. How did you save on this game again? I don't remember. Great. Anyway, I'll tap it. And I want to show you my original crew, the original friends that I used to hang out with and play video games. Oh man, those guys were amazing. A bunch of idiots, nonetheless. A bunch of idiots, and trust me, every single one of the people on that crew was a bunch of idiots. And we were happy being that. Let me see if I can find it. Yes. This is old enough. This is maybe the first day I met my best friends, both of them. The the time was weird. I was on high school. Um, almost graduated, even though I was 15. So I was getting away from there soon enough. I wanted to do something, maybe study. I ended up studying gastronomy on a place, but yes, this one. This is us, a bunch of geeks from a long, long time ago. In the first reunion I ever went. This is the first time I had ever a bunch of friends that were actually geeks. They were not metalheads. And as you can see, I had my leather jacket, and man, at that time I was stupid and fat, to be honest. My best friend, this one, is on the United States. This one is dad. He works on cybersecurity on a bank, or he used to at least. This one is his cousin, and this is me. And my recently acquired iPod Shuffle. This was the times, man. Yes, at that time I used to be quite strong. It was nice, man. Having a bulk of muscles helped me a lot on the mountain. Those times I got lost a lot of times. And I mean a lot. Hey, this was my dog at that time. He was a good boy. He was an amazing boy. That rag, it was my sweater. He stole it. Then he turned it to small bits, and I was used to pull them and play with him. It was an amazing dog. Man, to think these were the kind of tech we used to have around. A GameCube, a PS2, a Blu-ray player, a CRT TV, and at that time having a big ass CRT TV was incredible. Was pricey as fuck, but was incredible as fuck. And this was my best friend parents' home. 5 years from that, or so, no, maybe more. 8 years from that, I will be living on the extra house my best friend parents had. We used to call it the Otaku Cave. And in the Otaku Cave, we had only this small room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. And my best friend was already getting married. He wanted to become a man of family. He had a nice job, you know. His dream was coming true. So he decided I should go to his home and live there rent free and take care of his dogs. So I did. Man, living alone in the Otaku Cave was amazing. It was just amazing. I used to love that kind of ambience. being alone in this small town called Calderon, and I was happy. Oh, look at this! This is the first commercially available IBM consumer PC, an IBM 5051, and I still have that. Still works. Oh man, that kind of stuff. I was happy getting good shit from everywhere. Going to concerts, going to anime concerts. That's the kind of stuff having friends open at me too. Yeah, it's always nice to be able to look back, man. And part of me says that my love for old stuff is nostalgia, but maybe it's not. To be honest, I'm pretty sure it is not nostalgia. Nostalgia is a small part of it, but it's not only that, because I have always loved getting the newer stuff, getting new parts for my PC, getting new consoles for, and I usually get the consoles on the end of the console life cycle. Uh, Up to this date, I have only had two consoles on the proper time, and all the other ones I had when the life cycle ended. But that gave me a lot of extra games to be able to play because every single game of the library will be there. But then I will see the next generation of consoles and I will learn everything, and I mean everything about them. I will get the processor speed, I will get the memory bandwidth, I will know exactly which games will be released at which times. I love that. I love being able to do that. And by the way, if you have ever seen the Christmas stocking for Metalhead, my nephew, the small one, my grandmother, no, this one was my sister's, my mother's, mine. Oh man. Yeah, it was stupid. It was cool. When a new iPhone came out, when the first iPhone came out, I was, whoa, this will be amazing. This will change everything. And it did. Nowadays, I see these phones, and every single phone is a copy of the iPhone, and it does exactly the same. And the keyboard is shit because it's this on screen keyboard that sucks, and the spelling correction sucks, and you don't actually care what you are typing because you are just moving your finger on the screen. The tactile sensation of the keys made you care about what you were writing. The fonts as a whole, they felt right. I still have my um I forget the model number, but is this old school Nokia phone the first no, second generation of Nokia phones with a black and white screen with a few games in there. It was, you know, and the feeling of pressing each key, the sensation there, it felt right. you felt like you were doing something on the phone. Right now you touch the screen and yeah, things move around and I love it. And when I'm look, this is a web page I'm currently developing. I want to show it on screen. And it's a nice web page, right? But it is not something you can actually touch. And you go to the mobile phone version. Now let me go to there. And you open this on a phone, and having all this information on a phone will be incredible. And I have to change this font color here. I will do that soon enough. But none of this feels consequential. It feels empty. It feels soulless. Having the ability to actually feel the button, feel the paper, and I mean the paper. Look, this is, I have a bunch of notepads around, but this is one that I was starting a while ago with some shit. You cannot do the same on a phone that you can do here. If I wanted to draw, to properly draw on my notebook, I will not be able. On my cell phone, I will not be able, but on a notebook, I can do this. I can write, I can draw, I can feel the texture of the book. I can feel the pages, I can break the pages. I need to be careful with each and every single page because I don't want to break them. I don't want to harm the physical media. That is something amazing. And I develop a lot of software for a lot of stuff, but I want to feel that. I want to feel when I do something. I want to feel the paper. I want to feel the marker. If I'm doing a design, if I'm drawing something, I want to feel this. The smell, the stains on your hands, the paper cuts, all that. We lost all that, and everything now is on this iPhone copy. It's only an iPhone copy, which is sad. I want to see again real phones. I want to feel again the sensation on my skin of wearing a clock, a full metallic clock, and the small vibration you can feel if you meditate having a clock. You can feel the mechanism moving around. This slight tingling on your wrist. A phone cannot give you that. So I love old tech because it gave you something that new tech will never give you. They can give you a full, and yes, this is a Huawei phone, a full glass back that feels nice and metallic edges that are cold and nice, and it has its weight. It feels kinda nice. But then you go to an older phone and each phone felt different and had these different keys to do special things, and you had gimmicks. Yeah, it was gimmicks, but those were nice gimmicks, man. To properly start the light here, you actually have to go open, get the light, and it will shine. And on some phones, it was just a key, and it was done. And I love that. Man, I feel like an old man complaining, but right now, everything sucks ass. Having handles, having buttons, having something physical to touch, to feel, to move around, to play with, that gives your brain something to hold to. It gives you this low level of satisfaction on doing whatever you are doing. I a lot of times I need to develop something on my web pages on or my mobile applications. I need to make sure people will feel something on their skin to know they are doing something. So I will trigger haptic feedback on the phone, or I will make some part of the screen dim a bit, or there's ways you can make the person feel it's not the same. And I have been chasing the feeling of a button for my whole career as a web developer, especially because in an app you can trigger a lot of stuff on the phone. You can trigger the vibration motors, and you can give a feedback. On a web page you cannot do that. So how do you do that? How do you get an animation that doesn't feels wrong? When you are on the PC, you have the mouse, and the mice have tactile buttons, and you will press them and you will feel them. And when you are doing something on a web page, that's important. You need a person to feel that. And if you ever get into publicity, you need to know this. You need to feel what you are doing. You need to get a reaction, a visual reaction on the screen, so the web page is doing something. So you will get this loading screen, and you will get all these nice little tricks. It's not enough. It will never be enough. I finish a web page that feels like you are in the future, and you have this huge button that if you touch, it will trigger an animation, and it will display this video, and it will be amazing, and it feels empty. So I need to get audio cues. I need to most of what people feel comes from the skin. You might watch a girl that is amazing, she looks amazing, and yes, you will be motivated. But the moment when you get your finger on her skin and you feel that slightly colder but slightly warmer sensation, soft, and that can only be described if you have felt that sensation. If you press a button, if you do this on a flash drive, if you press the button on your cell phone to trigger the screen, and just my background is from Pokemon, that gives you something. When you were playing with a VHS or a Betamax, you could do stuff like moving around the little mechanisms here, the heads, the protection. When you touch this, you actually feel what you are doing. You get me? This has weight on my hands. When I get this into the VHS, the sound, the motors pulling this towards the headers on the player, all that, all that. Yeah, sorry about that. All that is in your flesh, you know. Weird to say it, but it is in your flesh. You feel it on the deep side of your own being. When you get, let's say, a camera, and I have here a nice digital camera, old school digital camera. Having this to move around, nice, right? This, believe it or not, will make someone purchase this item. Being able to do this. It's completely stupid, I know. But it's satisfying. It feels satisfying on the hand. The amount of give that the buttons have, the amount of travel that every single thing has. It feels nice on the hand. You cannot do this on an app. You can make a camera on an app, but you cannot make the feeling of a camera in an app. And that's something I have to fight with every single day when I have to develop something, because that is important. That is texture. And that's something that there's not on a lot of games anymore. Games do not have texture. When you are playing, let's say, Zelda, Zelda: Link to the Past, and you do something with a mechanism in the game, the whole screen will have this earthquake feeling on it, and it will feel like you are doing something when you press the button and something moves and there's a lot of pixels doing something in front of you. That triggers your brain to understand something is going on. But then you will go to the newer games and you enter to a, let's say, to a store, and the transition is you are already in the store. It doesn't feel right. You know how it goes when you go to a store. You know the feeling. You know that a lot of things will change drastically the moment you go through the door. But in the game, it will be just a second of darkness and everything is set and you are in front. And it doesn't feel right. That's texture. In publicity, on developing, on everything, you need to know texture. On music, you need texture. That's why grunge was so epic. The grunge movement had texture on the way the singer expressed the feelings. And you know, Cobain had this low frequency on his voice that if you play it loud enough will actually move your windows, move the glass on your windows. Because people were used to feel something soft and harmonious, and that small moment of the voice vibrating will take you out of something that feels like outwardly, and it will give it a more mundane sensation. Grunge had this mundane sensation on the style of the music, on the sound, on the way the guitars were tuned. The guitars were not perfectly tuned to be in the exact sound they should. It was just an octave lower or an octave higher, so you can get this weird sound, this eerie sound on the background. You know, it is the correct music note. But it is. Is it? Is it? That is texture. In music, we knew about texture from the get go. On writing, we knew about the texture from the get go. But this is something different. When you present something on the screen, it needs a different kind of texture to be compatible with our monkey brains or simplistic monkey brains. We need something to give us that. Movies right now doesn't have texture. It is the exact same mold for every single movie. It is the exact same way of resoluting things in every single movie. And when things go wrong, it doesn't feel visceral. You don't get the greediness and the pain in the scene. You see a bunch of flashing lights and stuff, and it's boring. Sorry, but it's boring, and that's something that I know for doing web pages. People need to feel like they are doing people stuff. Stupid enough? Maybe. People need to feel like they are doing something. If you are sitting in front of a TV and you will only see this flash and you will have this electronic sound, it will be empty. Reality, by extension, dreams have texture, and when we dream, we have a texture in the dream. And if machines dream, they will dream of electric sheep. Will those ships be fluffy? But because we know in software development, we know there's a ghost in the shell. There's no way to escape it. Temperature can change how a bit is interpreted on a processor, or maybe, just maybe, the array of bits is just a bit out of form because the operation was done in a sequential manner and not in an interrupted manner. The ghost in the shell is there. You can feel the phantom of a computer, and there's people that say my computer misbehaves when there's someone around. It may happen. The microphone may be getting a lot of extra sounds that is the IE on your PC is not accustomed to, and this is especially if you have a Mac, because Macs have a constant feed to give Apple information about what you are doing all the time. So that may create subroutines that are not normal on the normal functioning, on the daily functioning of your PC or of your Mac. That extra process that changes how everything works, that's the ghost on the machine. If you create artificial intelligence, is only a sequence of algorithms that are triggering based on external influence. So if you go in front of the camera and there's a movement on the set of images that is getting from the camera, the artificial intelligence will say, well, there's someone in front. If the artificial intelligence is set to actually recognize the weight, the height, the way that person moves, and such, and the M1 Max do exactly that. Well, this array may change the way the computer decides how to trigger calls to the server or trigger calls to memory, or that is the ghost in the machine. An artificial intelligence will have a bigger ghost, but every single bit of software you develop will have a ghost, will have unintended consequences for what you have developed, will have unintentional triggers for information, for data. But if we are given the machines this opportunity to have dreams, to do something that is not supposed to happen in reality, but it's leaking from memory, generating newer, stranger images, the machine will need texture too. So, will the electric ships will they be soft to the touch or harsher? We don't know. We don't know, and I have worked with artificial intelligence in the past. I did a system that this was for a conference. It was amazing. There was this small movement sensor that you were supposed to set in front of your display and get your hand in there and move around, and that will trigger scrolling and such. I used that dispositive for a presentation on my government's education board. Would that be the right translation? Well, is this it's not the education secretary, it's the education testing secretary. They will go and see if the education ministry is properly working and if the schools are telling things right. You know, they don't do a good job, but they do that job nonetheless. And the head of this department of the government had to go to different cities and say what was going to happen on the new set of rules. They had to socialize the message of what's going to happen. And I did this presentation where the guy will get in a stage. There was this microphone stand with a small device on the top, and he will just move the hand and do this movement, and the page will start scrolling. He will do this, and the video will start playing, and everything felt like he was in Iron Man moving stuff. It was great. It was amazing. It took me a couple of months to develop that, by the way. It was not something simple, and the amount of code was stupid. But he was moving around things on the background because the presentation was not happening in front of him. It was happening on a screen behind him. So he was doing that, and everyone was with their collective modes open, their jaws dropped. They was like, fucking hell, that's amazing. It was. The pantomime of the guy, the whole stick was done in a web page. I developed a web page that will work with this device, will get the Java feed into PHP and translate it into coordinate movements on the screen. So you will have a scroll doing this, you will have pan out doing this, You will have zoom in doing this, doing this, zoom out doing this. There was movement on the hand. To track everything and translate it into simple web instructions, I have an intermediate intelligence that was getting the feed and making things work properly. The ghost in this specific program was about idle time. When there was not a hand there to be scanned and to be used as a feedback, there was nothing there. And the software used to get crazy. Even though it was a simple software developed by hand, every single function was done by me. I knew what everything did at any single time. Sometimes, if there was no one messing around, it will get, as I used to say, bored. And it will start to trigger shit just because. The sensor was not getting fired. There was nothing triggering this. It just wanted to do it. I don't know why. Then I did a face recognition software that was supposed to call alerts to a door. And it was not great because I was using a 720p Genius Cam that was worthless. So the face recognition was pretty basic. It was on a vectorial sheet and a vectorial mesh that saw a data sheet and make comparisons. It was pretty standard, but it will get information that was not supposed to get just because. That's a ghost in the machine. The ghost in the machine has been a theory that has been there from the get-go. How far from the get-go? The printing press. The original printing press had a ghost in the machine. Had a misbehaving process that used to make small misprints just by the amount of pressure it did with the paper. That's a ghost in the machine. It's an unexpected error that could trigger at any single moment because unknown reasons. VHS had that. The hand grinders for corn. Have you seen this huge stuff of casted metal that has this conic portion on the top where you get corn, and inside is this thread that will keep screwing and sending the corn to two flattened superficies with small dentures that will break the corn into paste or into flour. So yeah, that mechanism has a ghost. If you get a pocket of air, it will jump, and that jump will make the two grinded surfaces skip a bit, and you will get a bigger grain as a result. That is a ghost in the machine. That's an unexpected result for an unexpected set of man, I'm trying to translate because this part of my knowledge is not even in proper Spanish, is not in English. This is in German. Because I had to learn things on German to properly work this. So I'm trying to do the right translations, and it's hard, man. German is hard. Ich habe Bildfritzit. Yes. I'm seeing my webpage, and I know there's some book that will trigger a ghost. Huge quote marks there. Yet still, it doesn't have the grit, it doesn't have the texture to. I'm not happy with the result, only because it doesn't feel like you are doing something other than moving a mouse in a screen. And that's sad. That makes me sad as a developer. I know what's the limitation on what I am doing, and I seek ways to actually bypass those limitations. By the way, I know that there's a lot of people that do that. Recently, yesterday night, I was on the Comic Talk with 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. We have this podcast on his channel, and we were discussing Running number 2. The artist for Running number 2 actually tweeted at us today. We had, 5 viewers at most? Yet, the artist for this comic, that is amazing by the way, by The Last Running, is amazing. Just amazing. I love it. I'm waiting for the next issue. Man, what a great comic. And I was direct. I was, dude, I am going to Tortuga for this. I cannot get it on Ecuador. No, man, we have international shipping. Yeah, why don't you try this? And he sent me the link, and he was not like, Terry Dev, you have stole my work. He was like, hey, dude, yeah, I want you to enjoy this as much as you are enjoying it. Wanna buy it here? Oh, hell yes, I want to buy it there. I will be getting the money to buy every single issue. And yes, I have been thinking about ways to separate $10 a month to buy his books. He gives texture, an extra layer of texture, other than in his drawings. There's text, there's grittiness, there's a huge array of shadows and lights that makes the page pop and look incredible. But over that, the fact that he is contacting people and seeing a way to communicate that he also participates on the joy, that's another layer of texture. That's the layer of texture that Gina Carano gave to Star Wars. She talking to the fans, interacting on Twitter. That was texture. When Ray Park came to Ecuador and he spent time speaking with randos like me, I had a conversation with Ray Park, with Darth Maul, about lightsaber hilt design based on actual martial arts. The way he saw how a handle should be to be properly able to play with it on set. You know what? That is texture. Those layers of the people involved giving you reasons to go back to the material. Man, when I write on paper, I use this. This is a classic pen, a fountain pen. I cannot compare the sensation of using this on paper to the sensation of even using a ball pen. It's not the same. It's not the same at all. But for me, if I want to feel like I'm writing, I need to feel this. That's texture. If I tell you this story and I write about how I like to use this pen, the ways I like to use it, the position of my hand, the more I describe that, will give you more the sensation of texture. That's some writing texture. He was there, astonished, his hands shaking, every finger getting tighter and tighter. He could feel his nails carving into his palm. That's texture. You are not describing the feeling. He was sad. You are getting into the mind of the reader the sensation of tension through the hand. You have been in a situation where you are just clutching your hand so hard that you feel the nails in your flesh, and you feel the tension on every single beat of your hand, on the muscles and on the tendons and ligaments and everything. That is what our brain understands, and making someone feel that is the only way to properly convey what you want them to see, you want them to hear, you want them to feel. Because visual media is a way to extrapolate more texture so you can feel more on your brain. Is the rugginess of the sandpaper. Is the if you say sandpaper, okay, sandpaper. But if you say grade 50 sandpaper, it's coarse. If you say a grade 2000, it will feel almost like a sheet of paper. That kind of sensations are no longer on our mediums. Or what? If you please get Last Running #1 and #2, please, seriously, it's amazing. The way he sets the characters on the page, the way the characters are fighting and moving, the amount of arrows on Donatello's shell, the pain you see in their faces, the shadows, the lights, the colors, that makes it great. Ditko, the way Ditko used to go all the way. Romita, man. And you had people that could not, for the life, to save their lives, draw a good hand. But you will have people that will draw incredible bodies. So you will get JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with these imposing ways of standing each character. That's texture. That is a way to convey the feelings to the page. The way Kirby, if I'm not mistaken, Kirby was the first to do this in comics. The positions of the hands and the way he did the faces and the arms, it was overly exaggerated, and that gave you a sensation of speed, of strength when the fight is heated. That is texture. You are triggering things that the brain should not be feeling about seeing a static image. You are triggering sensations on every single muscle. That is what you need. We need to get back to feeling the button, to feeling the lever, to feeling the knob. We need to feel again what we are doing. In software, I can tell you that's difficult. I can make you to feel visual and audio cues, but it will not properly convey what I want. Even in video games, if the shooting is not right, if the feeling of the gun is not right, the whole game is not right. And I want to get back to having texture on everything. Sorry, but ladies, you know, a plain dildo is not the same as a textured dildo. The textured dildo wins all the way. You need something, anything. Greediness. Star Wars used to be greedy, you know? Maybe you need that greediness. Maybe you need things to be opaque. But if they are opaque, how are you handling those lights? How are you making it feel bigger? That's a process that only can be made out of love, out of comprehension of, hey, Manowar, hell man. Oh man, I love when I what the fuck did I walk into a dildo texture discussion, if any. No, I'm talking about both the Ghost in the Machine and the texture that you need to properly convey emotions. The Ghost in the Machine is a flow, an unexpected flow that doesn't interrupt the normal function of something, but will actually make it be different. Like an unexpected book that helps you to have a more visceral sensation. If you have played Shinobi on PS2, when you launch the last hit and somehow even the scenery moves and it's like you are so strong that you are carrying the other guy by your weight in the sword. It's weird. It's not supposed to happen. It's actually the animation triggering wrong. It feels nice. So that's the Ghost in the Machine, and the texture is the feeling that you have of something being bigger, being different of what you are being presented. And one of the examples I am doing is my web pages. I cannot make you feel like you are actually engaging with a web page, even though I can develop it to be amazing and beautiful and have vibrant colors and a lot of different buttons. It will never be the same because I cannot convey the amount of energy, the amount of synergy between every single thing to make you feel what I want you to feel. On drawings, you can. You can, and it's amazing. As I was saying, we got 32 flavors of Nick Weiser, and I got tweeted by the man that is doing the art on Last Running, the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic. And man, his drawing is amazing. Yesterday we were just speaking about it, and he felt the emotion we had, so he came by and talked to us. Sergeant Politeness, hello, man. Good to see you here. And man, that's another layer of texture that is not in the pages, but that makes me feel great about reading the comic. And I want to purchase it, and I want to make sure if there's a 6 in 1 scale running, I want that. I just want that. And I want it to have cloth. I want the armor to be actual leather and actual metal, so you can feel everything. And it's because in the pages it pops. In the pages it pops, and it's so amazing to see. And the way he does the movement and the fighting is just amazing. It's simply amazing. That's texture. That's what I want to have back on everything. Toys. Look at this. This is my slave one. The amount of detail on this diecast is what made me fall in love with the Titanium series miniature ships, and I have a lot of them. I used to have on my last office work, I had 20 ships on my desk at any single time. And I used to change them, and you know, this feeling is what we need. We need back that on a lot of things. And now I don't think Star Wars is going to be back. I don't think the Snyder Cut will be any good. Sorry to tell you. I love the amount of fans trying to get that to be awesome, but you cannot out Snyder. He will be a Snyder, he will do a Snyder. And that's that. The guy is stupid sometimes. He's a stupid genius. That's the way I will describe him. He has his finger on the pulse of society. He just doesn't care. And we will see that on Justice League. It will be not that bad as the previous Justice League, but it will be not good. And it's because Snyder is a Snyder, and there's fans of his craft. But he's greedy. He has a lot of ways to convey stress and sadness. He doesn't know how to do happiness, and that's what I don't like about him. And at one point in the movie, you need to have some happiness there. He doesn't know how to do levity right. But when he wants you to see torture porn, he is amazing at that. He's incredible at that, don't get me wrong. But if you have seen Alita Battle Angel, it is good. It is not Alita Battle Angel as a whole. The love interest used to have in the original manga used to have a brother, and the brother got into drugs and got killed, so he wants to go outside of his small portion of the world because he thinks that way he will get over his brother's death. That was not in the movie. There was a lot of stuff missing from the doctor, and when you miss that, you miss the whole point of the movie. Alita is this stranger, superpowered stranger, on a world of normal as underpowered people. And she's faced with the realization that everyone is suffering. Everyone is in deep shit. She is above that, somehow. And that makes her even more complex. Even she is enduring. The scene where she is eating chocolate, I want to hug her. Maybe do other things. I don't know if the right orifices are there. Haven't seen her schematics to know. I will suppose maybe. The whole Alita being Alita is missing there. She's cute, she is charming, she is even sexy in some scenes. She's not complex. She is not complex at all. No one in that world is actually complex. So I like the movie. I want to see a sequel, but it's still a product of this time where we are so distanced from making you feel on the gut the sensations. If you haven't seen Leon the Professional, you care for Natalie Portman. And by the way, that movie I saw when I was a kid. I was the same age or a bit older than Natalie Portman, and I loved Natalie Portman. I watched that movie a couple dozen of times because she was incredible for me. And now I see her trying to leave Thor's hammer, and I'm like, God damn it. How can you ruin? She was said to be an incredible woman, and now she is a pathetic asshole. How can you ruin a woman that much? Hollywood. Anyway. Sorry about that. But yeah, I was a kid, so falling in love with her, it was completely kosher. Seeing that movie at that age, that was not kosher at all. But yeah, she felt like someone so tortured, so... How can I say it? She was destroyed on her soul. And the way we saw that develop in the movie made us endure the way she was getting about her life. Yeah, she wanted to be an assassin. She wanted to be a terrible person. She looked up even sexually to this old assassin that is actually a complete imbecile. Yet, you fell for them every single time. They were complex. They were extremely complex on that movie. Daredevil, the original Daredevil movie that was crappy and okay, Carmen Electra's. Let's admit it was. Her boobs were the whole movie. That I say it. She on that suite, it was the whole movie. I didn't care about anything else. They tried to make them have texture, but it was so over exaggerated that it was comical. You know, a blind man fighting a girl on the street on a seesaw in front of a bunch of kids. I know they wanted it to be deep, but it was not deep. Yet, it has a saving grace. Daredevil as a character was greedy, had his levity moments, has a lot of depth, and I love him on that movie. The movie is shit. Elektra's breasts are the highlight of everything. But then you see Iron Man. You go to Iron Man, the first Iron Man. In that, you have a lot of texture. The suffering that Tony Stark is facing is because of him. Is guilt, is powerlessness. He's facing the fact that he is a fucking asshole. For the first time on his whole life, he's facing the truth. He's a criminal. He's killing a bunch of people for money. And he doesn't even know it. Yet he has a heart. He do believe in goodness, in helping others, in saving others. And the way he tries to be better, to do things better, that makes the character enduring. The next movie, you see him as an alcoholic that is fighting with the fear of death. It's a Marvel movie, it's bright, it's colorful, it's fun, and you have an alcoholic, a suicidal alcoholic that is facing a death sentence. There you can see what I mean. The amount of complexity you can set into a character, so you will get immersed into that character fully. And the way he reacts, the way he manages his tension, because you know he's about to pop up. You can see him about to pop up, and when he fights Roddy, it's because he is just going to hell. His mind is lost. The way he is drunk and saying, "Do you have a song to kick my body's face?" It was not face, it was us. Anyway. He's angry, but he's trying still to enjoy his bitterness. That is a complex character. The guide to the Guía del Autostopista Intergaláctico Hitchhiker Guides to the Galaxy. Yeah, sorry about that. My brain was. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah. You have Zapot, that is this guy that is happy-go-lucky and always doing stupid stuff like getting an extra head and getting an extra arm. The small moments when you see what's behind the curtain, you get that, okay, this guy is an asshole because he is in something way deeper than we can ever imagine. He's looking for the source of everything in the universe. That is a guy that actually tries to speak to his table for some reason, because Douglas Adams. And the whole stick about stealing the heart of gold and getting into the restaurant at the end of the universe to be able to see God that lives in a cabin trying to speak to his appliances, I guess. Yeah, is made through a funny book or a funny couple of books about this Earthling, but this Earthling is so complex. How does the book starts? Yellow, he thought. And during the initial chapter of the book, he's trying to understand what's happening in his life, and he only gets these small bits and pieces about him going to see this notice about his house being turned down and the color of a bulldozer and the shape of a bulldozer, and then he's, oh fuck, there's a bulldozer about to destroy my house. Hey, Liam Nelson's team. See you soon, man. Be safe and, man, There's a lot of good stuff to enjoy. I hope you get a lot of good comic books. Please try running. The last running is incredible. And man, see you soon. Happy to have you here. Oh man. Yeah, that book, even Trillian is supposed to be this Erling woman that just got into a party and then decided to fly around with Tapot, and Trillian was great on The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. She was the one cutting the jokes and making everyone go back to reality in this book about the drive that can literally change the fabric of reality. And she's like, hey, you are going a bit too real here. Come back to Earth. Earth is destroyed. Doesn't matter. Come back to anywhere. Just come back. Stop being an asshole. And you have Arthur Dent that when he get into the primal Earth, he gets lost into the primal Earth in the past, and he's trying to teach the cavemen how to do these wonderful inventions of the future, and he notices, okay, they are actually making it, so my ancestors are not these ones, are the stupid people that I came with in the ship. And that realization shattered his view of humanity, and is amazing. It's just, we need that. That amount of getting into the character on the small crevices of that character, because being happy, being strong, that's facades. People use that as facades to make themselves look better. Under that facade, there's these small crevices and chips that you can see underneath. There's this complex, stupid human being trying to be loved at the same time as it tries to survive. And being loved and surviving are not compatible. To survive, you sometimes need to betray someone. To love, you cannot betray someone. That complexity in a character in a book where a whole species of aliens try to come to Earth to invade us, and are stopped by a dog that eats them whole because the whole ship was the size of a tic tac. The major scale of the universe being focused on is so unimportant at the end. That's what I want. In my culture, in my pop culture, I want to see that. I want to feel that everything is inconsequential but is important. When Superman dies and then they revive him and he is the Black Superman, and part of him is on the new Superman, the new, let's say, almost Superman, because at that time he was a quasi Superman. And then they decide to make him into two sets of superheroes, the Red Superman and the Blue Superman, and everything about him being splitted was being done again, and it was not good. Sorry, but the two Supermans were not good. You lose something, because Superman already had that amount of trouble. His mind and his powers were split. He had to face Doomsday again, and he had to face Cyborg Superman. while trying to get a grasp of him being dead, him being alive, him being more than one person, it was complex. The death of Superman was complex. Then they tried to remake the death of Superman to death. Yeah, Snyder is too much a diehard student of need to commit to Kal-El's core virtues. Yeah, look, Nietzsche had a lot of good stuff about morality, and I do believe there's a good side on how Nietzsche saw the world. If you have ever read the Walking Man and His Shadow, I guess is the right translation of that title, is about uh, small pieces of writing that he made while he was on the asylum, while he was getting his brain fried. And he speaks about goodness, about the soul of a man. Nietzsche is not all darkness, but Nietzsche faces us with a reality that is quite important to have in mind. The ego and the inherent evil on a man will always be there. It's throughout our decisions that we tame that evilness and we create good. And if Snyder wants to do that, I'm all for it. But at the end, you need to have good. On Batman v Superman, he gets Batman versus Superman and they are clashing about ideals, and then they forget about it because Martha? That's stupid. That's just stupid. But if you had that and you didn't kill Superman there, and Batman, in his hatred, was the one to convince Superman because Superman was on a razor's edge. He was between helping humanity and not helping humanity. And seeing the desperation on Bruce trying to save humanity and making that the factor that actually makes Superman fall into the camp of we need to save everyone no matter what. Batman tried to kill me because he thought I could harm others. Okay? I will respond to that by saving everyone from here on out. And Batman is the final resolution that makes Superman Superman. That would have been awesome. The material was there. They had to kill Superman and get Batwoman there, not Batwoman, Wonder Woman there, and they wasted a lot of potential. They actually could have a previous movie with Batman falling to the Joker, losing to the Joker, losing. It seems like is Tim Drake, the one that died. I'm not sure which one died on the. Which one is the owner of the costume on the Batcave? But doing that and doing Batman losing faith. You have Superman that is trying to gain faith, he never had it, and Batman losing faith. Then you have Batman v Superman clashing about faith, about trusting in something bigger. That is awesome. That is just awesome because okay, they want to make a grittier world, they can. Do it. Do it freely. Go ahead. I'm not against seeing a darker Superman because a darker Superman is a brighter Superman. Superman is the kind of character that if you immerse him in full darkness, you will see him shining. You will see him tearing apart the darkness with his inner light. That's Superman. Batman is human. Batman can fall to the dark side. The reason why he has so many Robins is because he thinks Robin is a good way to counter Batman. A Robin can kill a Batman. So having a bunch of Robins is a good way to have a countermeasure against Batman. Batman has a countermeasure against Batman because he's human. And he knows that. He believes at one point he might fall into the darkness. Superman is different. Superman is light. Is only light. He is this happy-go-lucky superhero, and we need that. The clash between those two will be epic. The reason why the Joker works so good with Batman is because Joker is what will happen if Batman decided to embrace his darkness. That darkness is there and is seeping all the time through Batman's facade. He's going angry and he's actually breaking people. Batman has, from the beginning, he had a gun, he killed people. Then he didn't, but he still messed up people all the time. And he was dancing on the edge of his violence, trying to keep that at bay because he don't want to kill everyone. And that's commendable. The Joker has embraced that evilness within, and he is now trying to make it fully realized. He's an agent of chaos because chaos is the only thing inside of him. Only because of that he has renounced the sanity. When we see him on The Killer Joke, his speech, if I'm going to have a past, I prefer it to be multiple choice. He's mental. He no longer cares about if he had a family, if he had a troublesome childhood. If he had, it's full to him. If he didn't, imagine that he had is full to him. He will grow stronger by seeing him as weaker. Yeah, they rushed the dead completely, man. And maybe that's the dynamic that worked the best with Batman. Superman is his foil, is the other side, he is light. Batman is darkness, trying to enact the role of light. The Joker is darkness, being darkness. Darkseid, he is complex. He has hatred towards some people, he has vengeance to be consumed. The Joker doesn't have that. He's an asshole. Sorry, but the Joker is an asshole. The Joker will go to an orphanage, burn it with every single child inside, while he extends his hand with a nice stick and a marshmallow on the point. And he will be laughing all the way. You know why? That is terrible. And that's funny to him. Something being terrible is funny to him. Batman, something being terrible is terrible to him. But he embraces the darkness of that. To Superman, there's a fire. I can blow and get every single bit of flame extinguished in an instant. Everyone will be alright. That's another way to see the world. it's not compatible with Batman because Batman thinks everything will go wrong. Superman thinks everything will be fine. They clash. That is your conflict. They never explored that. It was Batman thinking, this guy can kill everyone on the planet. And Superman thinking, hey, what's the deal with this guy? It was not a moral dilemma about the ways they were doing things. It was only, okay, you kill people, you brand people, what I am supposed to do. And that's that. And that's stupid. That's lame. But if you see in Injustice and in the game and in the comics, you can see him, Superman. The Joker makes him kill Lois, thinking her is, I guess, Darkseid. So the way he killed Lois was extremely gruesome. He gets in front of the Joker, and the Joker is, man, you will get me into Arkham, I will go out, and we will keep doing this dance forever. And Superman snaps. That light is crushed in an instant. And he finally gets into darkness. And he rips the heart out of the Joker with his bare hands. The biggest the light is, the biggest the darkness. That is a good way to make Batman become Superman and Superman become Batman. Superman has fell into the spell of everything can go wrong. What will I do about it? I have killed the love of my life and my child inside her. I will not allow anyone else to ever suffer again. And if I have to make everyone suffer to make that possible, I will. That is the Superman on Injustice. And it's a good way to flip Superman over his head. But only have this conflict about him disliking the way Batman does stuff and Batman disliking that he's an alien, I guess. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't gel. They have none of this deep relationship that make them understand the camp that each other is in. To pin them one against each other, you need to make them know each other. Hey, Eric O'Sullivan, welcome in. Take a beer and sit down. Man, I need that on my comics. If you are going to turn Superman evil, you need to do it right. You need to take your time. You could have gone to Man of Steel 2, Man of Steel 3. You could have gone to Ben Affleck's Batman, to Wonder Woman. You could have delved deep, and I mean deep, into Green Lantern. And then, at one point, because of Flash or because of Green Lantern, you will have Superman turning against Batman. Batman is becoming an extremist. We saw how he was, so he's becoming an extremist. He's planning on killing some big criminal. And Superman says, enough is enough. And in the fight, they both get in each other's teeth, and finally, Superman snaps. He hurts Batman in a way Batman is almost dead. Then you get Diana appear, stop Superman on his tracks. And the next movie, it ends there. It ends in a Empire Strikes Back kind of way. It ends there. Clean cut. And the next movie is Injustice. The next movie is Superman falling to the dark side. And in the end of that, you get Superman killed. Next, you do a movie without Superman, a Justice League movie without Superman, where they have a ton of trouble winning. And you get Steppenwolf there, and you tease Darkseid. The next movie will have Darkseid fully powered, and the heroes will try to revive Superman to fight against Darkseid. But remember, Superman has fallen to the dark side. Now you have a conflict in the reviving of Superman. Not only the mother box will make him bad. No. He was bad because life went to shit. And we had to kill Superman. The Justice League is the one that killed Superman, as a matter of fact. And they now have to revive him and get him into a position where he can face Darkseid. Yeah, man. No one remembered the codex. You get what I'm getting at? There's ways to play with that Superman that is full of light and turn him into something dark, get him killed, and then you get him revived. In that revival, he becomes good again because, I don't know, maybe Flash understands his powers a bit in this movie, and he actually breaches the realities, and this new Lois Lane appears in this dimension, and she is the one that, when Superman revives, tells him, "You are not the man I love." And he goes, "You are the woman that I love, and you are dead." Lois, "Yeah, but you are not dead. You are here, and so am I." And this reverts the process on the mind of Superman. And in the end, that Lois have to go back to her dimension, and the Superman from this weird universe stays alone, facing the fact that he was an evil bastard for a time, facing the fact that Lois Lane is dead, but now he is holding so hard to that light that he makes it even brighter. And then you have the next movie. It will be A Brightest Day. Why? Because you can play with that, but you need to know what to play with and how. There's a way. There's plenty of ways to make Superman versus Batman and versus Wonder Woman and versus Flash and versus everyone. I want to see Shazam fighting Superman. And actually Shazam hugging Superman on the air, screaming "Shazam!" and letting the thunder strike to Superman and fry him. And he falling in the air as a small kid, and Superman hurt by the thunder also falling at the same time. That's the kind of scene I dream of. You know? If you are pinning one superhero against other, do it right. Batman will not use. Okay, you have read the Dark Knight Returns, right? How does Batman actually delivers the kryptonite to Superman? It's not Batman the one that delivers the kryptonite. It's Green Arrow that fires the kryptonite gas on an arrow while Superman is beating the shit up of Batman. And actually, there's a small line where Batman says that it is Superman that let the arrow hit. In a way, Superman wanted to be defeated by Batman, and part where Batman is getting Superman from the neck. You will always remember the day where a man defeated you. That's it. That's it. It's all we need. You get that? Yeah, man. There's incredible ways where you can do this stuff. And Wonder Woman can actually learn her powers by fighting Superman. Because remember, Wonder Woman not always had the power of flight, the power of super speed, and the power of super strength. She was overly strong, but she was not at the level of Superman. But then in the comics, they get ways to power her up to a point she can actually fight Superman. Okay, do it in the movies. And if you want to do a full feminist movie, okay, get Wonder Woman learning to fight Superman as equals. Why not? And I mean as equals. Show us them on another planet or in a cage dimension or something, beating the crap out of each other, breaking mountains, leveling fields, destroying everything. But if you are going to help back on what you are doing, then don't do it. And for me, the Snyder verse, the DCEU is half-assed, and that's that. It never goes all the way. Joker, the movie Joker, went all the way, and it's good. Shazam went all the way, and it's good. Wonder Woman went all the way, and it's good. Aquaman almost got to go all the way, and it's almost good. Man of Steel, it didn't go the way at all, and it's not good. Batman v Superman. I don't know where it went, but it was not the way, man. It went passed away, went back, took a detour, went a couple of years into hiding. Are there any new DKR books? Do you know the recent Frank Killer Superman Year One? Okay, Superman Year One I haven't read. I have read Batman Year One. I don't know if they are in the same vein. I stopped purchasing comic books as a whole. Actually, the Ninja Turtles Last Running will be the first comic I purchase in. Whoa, almost 6 years, man. Almost 6 years. So that will be interesting. But I haven't read that much of the newer stuff. I have seen bits and pieces, but I'm not really into it. I don't know if you get me. It was not good enough for me to spend money. Swamp Thing, that's an exception. That's one of the exceptions I can make. But yeah, I can get them on digital, online, going to Tortuga, and I don't care. Then I see this incredible comic, and I'm like, I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it on hardcover. I want the figurines. I want everything. Gimme, 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 gimme. Just gimme. So for the first time in a long time, I will be purchasing comic books. At the time that I got done with comic books, I went to manga, and I started Naruto, which was good enough. It was a good enough read. Then I guess I went all out. I was reading Pastel. This Dark Knight 3 was between yet is got a great payoff. The Dark Knight Rises, you mean? Dark Knight 3? If so, yeah. The Bane stuff was a bit weak. The Rachel Gould stuff was a bit weak, but then you get into the meat and potatoes, Batman saving the city and sacrificing himself, and then you get that Batman didn't sacrifice himself, so I don't know what to say. The payoff, seeing him in the cafe, it was nice, but I wanted more. And if you are going to fake kill Batman, you kill Batman. And you kill Batman all the way. You need to do that. Why? Because Batman sacrificing himself is something that no one ever should have anything to say about. And if there's a reason why you can say Batman is still alive, that loses completely all the power. Or that's my opinion about it. Which might be completely wrong, to be honest, but if you are going to kill Batman, you kill him dead. And you make it glorious. If you have seen the secret ending of Batman the Arkham Knight, where he blows his mansion, that's a good way. That's a perfectly reasonable way to do it. Even though the Joker was wasted, on Arkham Asylum, was wasted partially on Arkham Knight, on Arkham City. Why do I say that? Because he didn't fully finish the game. He was dead at the end of the game. You don't kill that kind of Joker. You get him alive. You get him in chains, in a cell, and if the next game was going to have the Joker all the time, because Batman was hallucinating that he was seeing the Joker, it breaks the point of killing the Joker. I would prefer to have the Joker there, still being captured and speaking to Batman in some way or another, actually telling him, I told you so. I was not the evil one here. Those guys are the evil ones. I just was having fun. We know it's not true, but having him actually trying to get into Batman's skin deep under. Just saying, you don't kill the Joker. And I had this comic book, the Batman's Son, is the first appearance of Damian Wayne. Actually, you don't get to see fully. Okay. Those are floppies. I will be looking for them, and if they are good, I will get them on second hand. Ah, man. I want a good Green Lantern game. Can we have a good Green Lantern game? Hal Jordan. Just go Hal Jordan. Make it big, make it bombastic, make it loud. Or a Green Arrow game. You know, an stealth game using the bow as the main weapon, using trick shots. I will love that. I will definitely love that. Please don't make another Superman 64 and we are good. Nah, right now they need to go against us, and to be honest, I don't get that attitude. You don't need to go against us. We want to give you money. Exactly, I want to be myself. That's perfectly right, Eric O'Sullivan. We need to understand that every single person on the world can be an asshole. Every single person on the world can be a dick. Every single person on the world can save your life. We are these incredible beings, not beans. We are not for tacos. Well, maybe. I don't know if you are up to. No, but we are these infinite beings of stupidity and geniusness. We can do something so dumb that the whole world gets into danger territory, and we can do something to help it out. It's like that for every single human on the planet. Every single mind is capable of an infinite array of thoughts and thus an infinite array of solutions to every single problem. Trying to make everyone the same defeats that completely. If I wanted to be the same as my sister, then life will be shit. Life will be shit. I will not enjoy a single second of my life. I enjoy every time I go to be myself. When I don't get to be myself, I'm frustrated. There's a reason why I no longer use formal dressing. I used to go to work every single day in the most formal dressing you could ever imagine. And it was boring. It was not me. I like making avatars that look as close to me as possible in any game. Me too. I need to be clear. If I can get to make an avatar for me in Skyrim, I most likely will make it about myself. I will be on Skyrim. If I can make an avatar of myself in an MMORPG, where I will spend hours upon hours upon hours looking at the same ass, I will make a girl. And I will make a sexy ass girl. Because I will be looking to that ass the rest of the day. If I want to enact a role of myself in that world, I may make a male avatar looking like me, or maybe a dark elf in WoW. I used to play WoW so much. My god, that was amazing. Anyway, if I'm making that character, man, I'm okay with making myself if I want to play as myself. But when I play a game like Tomb Raider, I like to feel like I'm playing as Lara Croft. I like to get outside of my skin as much as possible. Because being in another person's skin is fun. It's just fun. When you dress up, and I used to make cosplays, okay? I was great making cosplays. Sorry to brag, but I always love it. The quality and the finishing touches on every one of my cosplays were fucking amazing. And I got paid for that. I got paid for a slave Leia costume made out of aluminum and car paste with Sintra. It was nice, it was comfy, it was heavily secured, and it showed all the skin. Trust me, it showed all the skin, and I loved. Ah, making that cosplay for that girl was amazing because only because the fittings. Man, having to see her feet and move, I love that. She was a sexy ass woman, and she knew I was watching everything, and she knew I will not do anything because she was about to get married. So I couldn't. Fuck. That was a sad time. It was a happy time also. But yeah, when I get into my cosplay and I went to a couple of events as Vader or in a different costume and a Jedi costume and a Sith costume, whatever. I liked not being me. When I'm in the cosplay, I'm the character. I act as the character. I move as the character. I try to be the character. Sometimes I like not being me. When I get to my home and I have to do my daily tasks, I want to be me. I need to be me. I need to know what I know. I need to be good at what I'm good. I want to be me. But sometimes I need to escape from myself because it's fun. It's just fun. Dressing up and being something else is incredible. Hey, Manowar. Hope you have a great dinner and thanks for being here, man. One day I need to get you all on this stream and just speak about random nonsense. I don't know. I like speaking about random nonsense. If you want to have something in particular, you are welcome. But sometimes it's good just to lose yourself into fun stuff. Yeah. Eric O'Sullivan, Manowar. I want to have you all here. I want to get 32 flavors of Nick Weiser and let's make a incredible podcast one day. One Friday night tides level podcast, if you will. Yeah. Man, I love finding about Gary, finding about you guys. It was incredible for me. It was just incredible. I thought I was going crazy, man. I really did. Because you know what? Everyone was going and wasting money on the same movies that I hated. And everyone was, you know what? Batman vs Superman was not good, but it was great. I was like, bitch, what? When Star Wars The Force Awakens came, I actually did like that movie. But I heard a bunch of people being overly fond of that movie. It was like the second coming of Jesus. Man, if it's the second coming of Jesus, all you gonna get is a bunch of spunk on your face. He's coming alright. But you are the bottom bitch. Remember that. Anyway, they were acting like it was the best thing in the universe. And I was so bored. I wasn't bored by the movie. I was bored by the people trying to make it better than it was. Then The Last Jedi came out and I saw the movie. I went to my home. I thought, okay, it was. let's say it was. I cannot say it was good. Why can I not say it was good? I wanted to say it was good, and it was 8 a.m. I still could not sleep. I was like, no. Was it Luke Skywalker? Because it feels different. Somehow it doesn't feels like, I don't know. And I let it pass. I tried to defend it a couple of times. I tried to read the articles, and the articles didn't make any sense. So at that point I was like, I didn't like that movie. And that day a friend of mine came to my house and said, "We are going to watch it again." No man, I don't want. No, we are going. No man, I don't want. No, we are going to watch it again. And he got me to watch it again on cinema. And when we went out, he was like, "Yeah, I wanted to be sure I didn't like it either. But I needed someone to be there to understand that." And it was like both of us at the same time were free to say it was a bad movie. Because you know what? I was hoping for my fellow Star Wars fans to say it was a bad movie. I needed to feel that. And I didn't get that for a long time because they also wanted to protect their appearance. They wanted to protect the way they spoke about the movie. The movie was a great historic icon to be revered for the rest of mankind existence, I guess. And I was like, I don't want to see it again on theaters, and I enjoy going to a theater just for the experience. I always wanted to have a theater on my home because it's incredible. It's incredible having this big ass screen, and the projection and the sound is mesmerizing, and I was not into it. Then everyone was against us because we didn't like it. And everyone started to cancel us, and the Star Wars fan club Quito became a political nest of stupidity. And I was out. At one point, I was out. I was like, okay, man, no, I'm good. There's a lot of reasons to stay, but there's a huge reason to go, and that reason is bigger than anything else. And it's because I don't want to be in a hateful mob every day, every single day. And they were canceling everyone all the time. Then Disney had the great idea of, in the Star Wars blog on the StarWars.com page, have this entry about, it was about Pablo Hidalgo protecting himself, speaking against the evil fans that were incels and dangerous people and full of hatred, and they wanted to harm others. And that article got printed with a lot of other stuff and was used in court against me in my child visitation lawsuit. And it is one of the reasons because the why I cannot see my son. And I was like, motherfucker, it's a Star Wars, and they didn't did this out of hatred towards me. So I didn't had that mindset to say they fucked my life. No, my ex fucked my life. She gathered a lot of that to be used on court, and the judge actually was seeing the whole stuff, and he had the testimony from my doctors and the testimony from people that I worked with. He was like, no, this doesn't correspond. But okay, this is evidence nonetheless. I will take this photo and this article, and it will go to the folder, and it will be in the permanent file. You can take the rest home. And he said to me, "You will have to get a, a disability card because they will try to make you go to jail. And I don't see any legal reason why you should go to jail, but they are pressing for that. They are trying to make the case that you are an evil person, and you need a security about that. So get all your medical files and get a disability card." And I did. And I skipped going to jail for that because then when I didn't have a job, so I was not able to pay my child support fee. They came for me and they tried to make me go to jail because I didn't have a job. I didn't have a job. And that was that. I could not feed myself. But the case was made, and the file had information about me being an incel, being a dangerous member of society, and that was used to try to get me in jail. And I thankfully got scot free. Not scot free. I was in a deep depression at the time, and I tried to blew my wrist with a knife. But you know what? I got a kick-ass tattoo after that, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, these assholes don't get the amount of damage they can do just by setting those things on the proper channels. It becomes a legal argument for someone else. Because it's Star Wars saying that the fans are incels. It's labeling your fans as criminals, then why you will get fans? If your fans are criminals, you don't get fans. Oh, thank you, man. I have my fair share of stupid things done by myself towards humanity, let's say. So I wanted to think that a lot that happened to me was karma. It was not. It was just me being an imbecile and other people being imbeciles too. Oh, thank you, man. Wow, you are an ordained minister. That's amazing, man. That's really amazing, and I mean it. Uh, People of faith can usually go further in logic that you can ever imagine, because faith sometimes give you a way to back up things that you feel in your gut. The religion is philosophy made this distilled energy that so many people share, and somehow that unites them, that elevates them. I have always been okay. I have always been amazed by that. I'm not a man of faith. I have never been a man of faith. My grandfather is a man of faith. He is a scientist kind of guy, but he's a man of faith too. I didn't get into that. I got into science a lot. And the moment when I reached faith was when I was completely lost into darkness. And I got faith in something different than a god. I got faith into humanity. Somehow, no matter what you do, you get a bunch of humans in the same place, and they will do something wonderful. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me how. They just do. Stress and anxiety are their own things. Yet I do have faith. All my actions are devoted to and for Krishna, who is a magnificent metaphor for the great beyond. Okay, I'm going full philosophy here. I love it. What get me into human faith, a faith towards my fellow man, is actually the full disconnection with God and the acceptance that God may exist. Every single God may exist. I fell into absurdism. I don't know if you have ever read Albert Camus. Is a philosopher from France, a weird guy that get to this realization. If the universe is completely random, is completely devoid of meaning and faith, then what good will it do to you if you hate the universe for being the universe? You need to embrace the universe. It's crazy, it's stupid, it's completely out of whack. Embrace that. The chaos of this universe may take you toward pain, may take you toward happiness. It doesn't matter. You are here. Maman is mort. I don't. Est mort. Sorry, my Latin is a bit off, and I do not get the word maman. So please tell me what it means so I can add it to my Latin. But yeah, and I was depressed. I was suicidal at that time when I was reading Camus. And at one point, when he was reading Les Stranger in French, oh, reading in French is a mess. My Japanese teacher never got to teach me French. It was one of his biggest failures, as he said once. My tongue is not made for French. It's just not made for French. Yeah. But I have read it translated to Spanish, so I should get the original text with every single annotation, because if it starts with and maman is one word I don't get, but is dead and is not God. Is it humanity is dead? I'm just. Oh, mother is dead. Oh, I get you. I get you. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, the book I will recommend to you is The Myth of Sisyphus. Is the time where Camus was actually getting a bit better of his depression too. So he has this line on the book that is, a man can choose to suicide. If he doesn't want to face reality, he can choose to suicide. He can philosophically suicide. That means negate reality. I don't want to hear, I don't want to know, I just want to live my life. And I heard a lot of people saying that is a philosophical suicide. You are getting away of your thoughts and reasoning so you can preserve the appearance of happiness. Then you have the next kind of suicide, that is physical suicide, obviously. And finally, you have acceptance. You can say, okay, this is ridiculous, everything is ridiculous. Let's be ridiculous together, man. And that's the myth of Sisyphus. As Camus says, Sisyphus is condemned to get the rock at the top of the mountain, but you sometimes need to imagine Sisyphus being happy with the rock falling again to the bottom of the mountain. You need to think that Sisyphus at that time knows that it was meant to happen. So he can get some solace and enjoyment of him getting the rock back up again. And that got me hurt. To be honest, that is the point where I thought, okay, life may be worth living, because you know what? Everything I have done has fell into oblivion. And one day I will fall into oblivion too. So why don't I just enjoy the ride? I'm I guess it's silly, and I know it's silly to think about just enjoying the ride to oblivion. But there's nothing else to do. We are in this ride, we want it or not. Are we going to cry about it? Then I got this thought. My complaining normally is me trying to understand things. So I need to complain. I need to complain a lot. I complain every single day about everything. But maybe, just maybe, I can complain my way to success. Not in the way a Hollywood actor will do. I will choose the hard path, and I will go by my own skills and my own strength through the hard path. And I will bitch and moan and cry about it all the time. And I will succeed on that path, and I will win. And I will bitch and moan about winning. You know why? Because I need to understand what's happening. But I need to do something about it too. Yeah, it's that. It's enjoying. You are going to die. From the moment you are born, you are going to die. And people like me are harder to kill than others. I have tried to kill myself 14 times. I had two degenerative illnesses that almost killed me. I had a table crush my skull when I was 1 year old. I have fallen into a river when it is raining, so the stream was quite hard. Uh, I have been lost into the sea. Funny story, really funny story. I was with my. She's my friend. I wanted to be something else, and we went with some kids that she was taking care of to the beach, and I was playing with one of those kids with a surf table. This not table. Whatever. These surf thingies that are this big. And well, I felt the wave pulling me away, but I thought I would still be able to get my feet on the sand or swim towards the shore. I was mistaken. And I started to make signs to tell them that I was in danger, And she started to salute me and send me kisses and such, and I just got with the current. And at what point I was no longer seeing Earth. I was not longer seeing land. And a couple of surfers tried to help me. I was in a current. They could not help me. If they got into the current, they would have been taken away with me. And a boat was going with some tourists. It was going to see the whales. They saw me and they helped me. When I get to terra firme, when I get to land, they try to ask for a monetary compensation for saving my life. And I'm like, okay. And I asked my friend to give them some money because I was tired. I was like shit, man. I was 2 hours in the middle of the sea, so I was a bit off. She gave them $1. I looked back at her and I said, "Is that all my life is worth to you?" And that was the end of the discussion. I spent 2 hours hugging this surfing thingy, thinking I was going to die. My life was worth $1. It was bloody hilarious that day. Yeah, but I survived that by luck. That's some I can say some of the situations where I was about to die. I have managed to free myself by my intelligence or my agility or something. This was just luck. This was just only luck. And let me tell you, from all the ways you could die, that was the calmest way I have ever been about to die. The sounds of the waves, the sea, the colors, it was quiet. It has a sense of dignity, of solace. I don't know how to say it, but I was good with that. When I got into a fist fight with a policeman because I wanted to jump from a bridge, that was not fun at all. Also, policemen can hit you in the face without any repercussion. I didn't knew that at the time. I know now. I'm doing quite better today. Actually, finding you guys helped me to stay alive. Because my okay, when I was dying, I was okay with dying. Then I got depressed and I went to the clinic and the doctor was, "Do you have any reason to stay alive?" And you know what I said? I'll stay alive just to see episode 8 of Star Wars. That's why that movie was so important to be good in my head. I needed that movie to be good. And the whole night I was thinking about how it much hurt that the movie was not good. And seeing everyone speaking about that movie in a positive light about the things that I hated, it made things worse. Then I found you guys. And I found um, Ethan Van Sciver, no bullshit, world class bullshitters, full fat videos, and I started to go down the rabbit hole until I found Nerdrotic, and Nerdrotic was the place I wanted to be the most, because you know what, he was being real. Other people was not being real. Other people was trying to tell there's still a chance. He was saying there's no chance, but we will be alright. That's enough. That's the right message to give someone. If you say someone that everything will be alright and everything is perfect now, that person will feel worse about the sadness, about the rage, about all that negative feelings inside, because everything should be right, right? What? Why I am the only one that is not right? But Gary had this way to say what's going on. Yeah, he's an incredible host and he is wise. He's way wiser than he thinks. Yeah, shit is bad. It could go wrong in many other ways. It may go wrong in many other ways. We might lose a lot more. We are still alive. Think about it as you being able to lose something means you are able to get something too. And that helped me a lot. Seeing someone being real about darkness, yet speaking about light, is something quite uncommon in this world. And through that, and he was 2,000 subscribers, something like that. Yeah, he is always reminding us about gratitude, and that's terribly important. You know what? We lost the Star Wars, okay? We lost Doctor Who, we lost Star Trek. We found us. I have always believed in this principle, and the only time I finally got a way to put it into words was because of an anime called Full Metal Alchemist. They explain the same principle as I always thought as Toka Kokan, equivalent equivalent exchange, meaning you have to give something to earn something. You cannot get something from nothing. That's not how life works. And that has been true all my life, always. I need to sacrifice or to give something to get something. The fact that I'm able to do that, to transmutate something into a different thing to make my life better, is a source of gratitude. The fact that if I do enough, I might not get what I wanted, but I might get something still, is a way to accept the reality. Everything you do will come with sacrifices. Everything you earn will be because of those sacrifices. You need to appreciate what you earn because those sacrifices are not something that you can discard. You did that. If you are here today, you are alive. You have done enough to be alive. You need to be proud of that. Equivalent exchange. Life will go wrong always. That's the nature of the game. That doesn't mean that your sacrifice will amount to nothing. Our sacrifice to try to get Star Wars back gave us community, gave us friends, gave us something else. And through that, that was the part that we actually loved about the Star Wars. the connection that we felt, and the emotions that it gave us, the strength that it gave us, is no longer there. But if you see, we are here. We are. When we are almost empty of any strength, someone else will give us a bit of theirs. And we are so many that a bit of energy from every single one of us is a lot of energy as a whole. Yeah, we are adrift on an uncaring universe, but we care. We are not the universe, we are people, and we are acting as people, not as this absolute power, as these minuscule, insignificant pieces of carbon that somehow, by pure strength, have punched their way up from the ground to space. What we do to get to space is not about being smart, it's about punching so hard we get lifted off. We have only got better into punching the ground, but we are still using brute force. We are not defying the laws of physics. We are punching them. And that's how humanity makes things. And it's great. We as humans are capable of defying the universe by kicking the ground until we fly. Humanity for you. That's humanity. That's us. So yeah, the universe is uncaring. We are not. The universe will let us die. We won't. Community gives you that strength. Having friends, having people, having different opinions, having this huge array of knowledge stored in every single one of us is what makes humanity as a whole great. Each individual will die alone. We as a whole won't. They might try, but we won't. That's humanity, and that's what I got from the Phantom Menace. That connection to the primal strength of humanity. We want to see what's outside of this planet. We will punch down to the ground until our knuckles bleed, until our arms break. One day we'll be out there. And we made it. Jules Verne made the calculations to lift off a rocket from the planet Earth to the moon almost perfectly before any kind of mathematical concept about gravity or about leaving the planet was even there. Yeah, man, community is amazing. But the fact is, what makes the community amazing is the individual. So we are individuals with an incredible array of experiences, and some of us were, I was, and I have major air quotes, I was supposed to be a leader. I was supposed to be someone great. That was the way my family saw my future. They saw me as this intellectual prodigy that will do nothing wrong. And I screw up every step of the way. They were wrong. They have never abandoned me. So, no matter if I'm a screw up and I'm not the big, great leader they thought I will be, I will still hear my grandfather tell me I matter to him. That's community. We as individuals may fail, may break everything we are. It's not the end, it's the beginning. You cannot fix someone if that someone is perfectly new. You need that person to break. And we as humans need to break. We need to get a breaking point to know where's the limit for us. Intellectually, physically, spiritually. We need to know what's the barrier. You know what? Humans work better with barriers. A barrier is a good goal to surpass. That's how humans get better. You tell them no so many times until they get a way to say yes. We defy reality. We defy physics. We defy the universe. The first time you try to go to space, you will fail. You will fail, and you will go back to the ground with more energy that you have ever experienced, and you will fall and make a crater, and everything will be in ruins. See you next time. And see you next time, and next time, and next time. That's us. Who keeps us up is the community. And communities now are trying to get people down. I don't get that. I don't get that. Yeah, if I were to see my cousins right now, they will say, why are you not the man they thought you will be? And I will be proud to say, because I am the man I am now. And I had to fail being that man to be the man I am now. That showed me where my limits were, and I have surpassed them tenfold. Skipping that, man. Skipping that. For me, previously, it was something terrible. It was something impossible to imagine. I want to die. I can't. I cannot. At a moment, I made this joke. Maybe I stole from thoughts from the god of death. It's not Thoth, sorry. From Anubis, his bone. He was chewing his bone in the afterlife, and I went there. I take the bone, I kick the fucking thing away, and Anubis went, "Okay, you won't die. You are cursed, you motherfucker. You never mess with a dog and his treat." And I'm here. So I wanted to die. I did a lot of things to die. It didn't work. I know how much my body weighs if I were to just get it all on my neck in a rope. And to be honest, before I would have thought anyone that didn't want to hang himself would be a pussy. No? I think that's a reasonable man. You know what? Knowing how much it hurts made me believe that it's not a good idea. At any rate, I had to fail dying to understand how valuable is life. The final frontier is dead. I got to the frontier and someone told me, "You go back, asshole." I tried to defy it. I now understand that's a barrier I cannot cross by myself. Even if I wanted. Sometimes it's out of your hands. Life is out of your hands, death is out of your hands. And I'm glad about that. I'm truly glad about that. The universe don't care if I want to die or if I want to live. If the universe decides I'm dead, I'm dead. If the universe decides I will live, I will live. There's nothing I can do about it. It's not fair? Maybe not. I don't care now. Fairness is not the game. Life is not about everything being fair to you. It's about you being there even if life is unfair. It's a challenge. Life is a challenge. Issued by the same powers that will make you impossible to win that challenge. Reality. Nothing else. If there's gods, and there gotta be gods, trust me, they are only a small portion of what this universe is in reality. Scientifically and spiritually, a god is just the beginning. If we get to know the god particle, the way to truly change matter in any way, shape, and form we want, we're just beginning. That's a new power. Not a goal. There's no goal. Life has no goal. We keep going. We make our own goals. When we say we want to do something, that's our goal. That's what we are meant to do. Humans are not born with a destiny to be great or be incredible, as I thought when I was a kid, because they told me that. No, it's not that. No matter how powerful you become, you are still living. And you are still subject to gravity. You are still subject to electromagnetism. If Earth died today, you are dead too. No matter how many banks you can say you have billions in. It has no meaning. But if I tell you I will build the most irrelevant thing on the bigger scale of life. Let's say I want a better desk for my PC. I did this desk with my own hands. I gave myself a purpose. I wanted to have a better desk. Then I saw what opportunities I had. I have $15. And I had a bunch of broken stuff. I spent $12 and used every single bit of broken stuff I had. I set myself a challenge. It's a small thing, yes, but that day it was my challenge. That day it was my goal. I had something to live for that day. And the next day I will do the same. I will seek something to finish, to accomplish. Do I believe an incredible force on the universe will come and tell me, you will guide your people? No. But if I have to be in the position, I will lead people, I will do it right. Why? Only because I don't want to lose, man. I don't want to lose. I want to do it right. It's a goal. I will get there. Again, I will cry and moan and complain all the way to the top. And when I'm the top, I will complain that the top is too cold or too hot, or I don't care. Because the top is not the final goal. It's another starting point. That's life. And when you lose that, you lose the feeling that you have something to do because you don't have anything to do. You are an ape that came to this planet through the vagina of another ape because that ape and another ape fucked. That's life. But with that, you can feel, you can do, you can create, you can destroy. What will you do with that? You are the result of two monkeys fucking. Are you up to the task? I am. The task is only stay alive as long as you can and do as much as you can in that time. That's the challenge. We are all alive. We all, every single one of us, can become a god in the ages of man. In the ages of man. Every single one of us can become a king. What's next? Is the throne the only thing you want? Because when you are in that throne, you will be bored as fuck. And you will be an unaccomplished monkey in a throne. Or will you find something to do with that throne? With the power that throne entails? Will you use the power of every single one of your subjects to something greater? Or will you waste it? I learned that from Reagan. Ronald Reagan. He, Kennedy, another bunch of presidents had quite a vision for the United States. It never come to fruition, but during that time, the amount of incredible scientific and economical breakthroughs was astonishing. Moore's law come from that time. Moore's law states that every 4 years, technology will double down. And that was happening. Each leap gave us exponential growth. Scientists have an objective. That's why they excel at what they are doing. You need to make a better semiconductor so we can set this screen in this kind of frame. Okay, that's my goal. I'll finish it. Once it's finished, I will go back and I will look directly to the eyes of my boss and tell him what's next. If I don't do that, I will get into boredom. If I go to boredom, I will start to do stupid stuff to make me happy. And it will fail. Because my goal is happiness, and happiness is completely inexistent. You cannot get a cup full of happiness. You cannot go to the store and buy happiness. It's a feeling that you get when you do something that is exciting or fulfilling. It's only a feeling about something you do. If you are not doing anything, you don't get that feeling. And I was not doing anything. I was wasting my life. Wanting to die is wasting your life. I had no goal. I now have a goal. Yeah, you're a person, not someone else's ideas. You are completely right on that. What's my goal now? Well, to be honest, is to keep culture safe in one way or another. I want to speak about old series and old stuff because I don't want it to fade into nothingness. Because some of the stuff I learn is there, and someone else might learn it in the future if I keep it. If I keep it safe. No, we cannot keep it safe. We cannot have our trusty cassettes filled with the movie we love. Okay, I'm game. We cannot keep that stuff safe. Let's make new one. Let's make a new one. Let's make something bigger, better, greater. Why? We are here. And trust me, we have nothing better to do. So let's make culture. Culture is something that it needs to be made, actively made. The more humans there is, the more culture you can generate, the more ideas, the more thoughts, the more problems you can get to solve by an imaginary being in a book. And that being will inspire someone else to write another great history and another and another and another. That's building community. You are not only the community that stands right now in front of you. You are the ones that will come next. Remember that. Disney didn't. Disney didn't. They thought culture was what they had in front of them. And it failed. Miserably. Because they forgot the past, didn't care. I don't know. They just didn't use the past in the proper way to get what they wanted. And they created something to be there and disappear in a second. What a waste. If I were Daisy Ridley, I would say I want to be remembered from here to 40 years with the same love. Mark Hamill can say he was loved by millions for years without doing anything after being Luke Skywalker. Daisy Ridley won't. Which one of them has more of them into the community? The one that will be forgotten and the one that will be immortalized for the rest of history. Disney has no longer a legacy. Disney has no longer a goal. They have forgotten how to be human. They have wasted their humanity. They are standing right over hundreds of years of culture to be made and remade with new takes, with new imagination poured into it to make it better, to make it bigger, to make it stronger, to construct. That's legacy. Legacy is important. Legacy is the way we keep living on after we are dead. Disney has none. Bob Chapek, he has no legacy. Kathleen Kennedy, no legacy whatsoever. The other Bob, no legacy whatsoever. What will they do to don't fade into obscurity? Nothing. Then their goal to be on the top is meaningless. The top means nothing to them. It's only a place to be in. It's a waste. It's not a goal. And their goal is only to have more. You can do that always. You can go to a garbage can and recollect every shiny thing you can find every single day for the rest of your life, and you will have a home filled with gold and silver and platinum from the garbage. And I'm being serious. But she will be empty. If you were to use those materials to make a jewel and sell that jewel, in a way it will become mythical. Then you are talking about a legacy. They didn't. They wasted their humanity. In my point of view, they wasted their humanity. And that's a tragedy. But you know what? From that tragedy, as I said, we always come back, we always rebuild. That tragedy happened. We cannot do anything about it. It's done. It's gone. It's dead, Jim. Let them die. Let's make something else. Right now, Ninja Turtles is great. Let's get Ninja Turtles. If tomorrow we get something different, let's get it. More than that, let's create something. And something that can be stored in something hard that you can keep forever. Yeah, this can be burned and destroyed, and such is life. But do you know what's harder than a cassette? Memory. For the next 100 years, there will be still someone teaching his kid about Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. From memory. Luke Skywalker will never die. Not as long as someone wants to transmit that story to the next generation. We need the next Luke Skywalker, we need the next... And yes, this is born, but you know, empires born all the time. Tell me, where are the Romans, where are the Greeks? They are not longer here. The great empires. The pyramids are there. The people that built them, they are dead. Their legacy stands. And if we were to find only a bunch of stones and the pyramids were to crumble under their weight, we will still find the stones. And vestigial information about them, and we will be intrigued. Anthropology is only we wanting to know what happened before with other humans because we want to reflect that in ourselves. Make it part of us. Every bit of information ever made by humans is part of humanity as a whole. Copyrights be damned. I don't care. If someone 100 years in the future makes an illegal copy of Star Wars to watch it, that is legacy. If someone buys tomorrow a copy of Star Wars and gets it into the garbage because it was shit, that is not legacy, sadly. Remember Ring of Fire with Kristen Bell? They did the Star Wars to entertain the kids. Yeah. Oh man, that. Yeah, I remember that movie with the dragons conquering Earth. It was amazing seeing them trying to remake Star Wars. And when the kid asked him, "Did you come up with that?" Yes. Yeah. Why not? He didn't, but humanity came with that. And now humanity is giving that to the next generation that is in a world where dragons are killing everyone. But the humanity stands. People die, humanity stands. The story of our world. People die, humanity stands. And humanity will stand again. And we now learn from Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Please look it up. We learn how we saw heroes as jackasses millennia ago. But those jackasses will face gods to protect the people, becoming heroes. Remember, Gilgamesh was so much an imbecile that the gods sent a creature to fuck him up, and he became the best friend of the creature, and the creature ended up being a handsome man because why not? And then a bull came to destroy everything, and Gilgamesh and his friend fight the bull and won. At the beginning, Gilgamesh was an asshole that the gods wanted dead. Then he became the figure of resistance from humanity against the gods. That's a hero. The hero's journey is no joke. It's a man realizing that he's a man, and no one else will come to save a man but a man. So they take the wrath of justice into their hands and they break evil. Thinking about the next generation of kids that needs to grow in a free world. That is inside of us. That comes back every time civilization falls. The next civilization starts with the tale of a hero. In a world that hates his guts. Fighting, standing. Facing gods. As we face ourselves in the mirror. Because that's life. That's everything there is, man. We have two options. Die here or die later. And if we choose to die later. Sorry, my tongue. Well, maybe no one will remember us today. Luke Skywalker was a hero not because he wanted to be a hero his whole life, because he had the call of a hero. He was faced with an extraordinary situation where he, a normal man, had to face gods. The power to destroy a complete planet versus a man with a sword. That's a hero. And we choose to be heroes. It's a conscious decision throughout history. Every time you see a hero appear in a new tale, it was a personal decision to stop what's happening or to seek something better. It's the response of a man against whatever is coming. But we have lost that. And I don't get why can't we have that? That passion for living and for seeking the realization that we are alive as much as everybody else. Then you decide to protect a life. If another life is not the same worth as yours, you won't risk yours to protect that. It's easy. Humans work in a business matter. From the beginning, our brains are always seeking to trade, to exchange, to set a value. The moment where our value is the same as the other people, we're ready to face anything for them. For the same reason, we will face everything for us. That's Superman. That's Batman. That's Luke Skywalker. That's Green Lantern. That's Green Arrow. That's Spider-Man. Yeah, Superman is a holy being, an extraordinary being from afar on the stars. Yet he falls in love with a mortal human and decides that life is as worthy as his. Is a god among men, loving men as he were one of us. This era of hating humans as a whole, hating our species, our genetic code, our history and suffering. I don't get it. Because you know what? In the deep inside me, in the deepest part of my heart, I can feel it. I'm human. I'm human. That's when I come back to Who Mourns for Adonais. Give me your hand. Your hand. Feel this. Human flesh against human flesh. That discourse said all. We cannot be separated from our humanity. We can be separated from our fellow humans, but not from humanity as a whole. Because it is here on our flesh. It is us. Are we going to see us as lesser, like I did, wanting to kill myself? Or are we going to see everyone else as lesser and turn against them? The hero is the one that sees everyone as equal, the same value. That doesn't mean they are exactly the same. No matter what they are, they have the same value. They hold the same value, a human soul, for a human soul. A man for a man. And when that exchange hit us, we are men, and we can be traded in the same way. That's when we get truly humble. We are not better than them. They are not better than us. We are the same. Thus, whatever happens with them, it happened with us. Will we stand aside when evil comes, or will we face it? Because that man has the same value as me, and thus, if I do nothing, I'm discarding my own value. Humanity as a whole is that. We all are the same being in the end. We all root the same on the ground when we die. No matter if you use formaldehyde or alcohol or whatever, worms will eat that flesh nonetheless. If you want to burn it, it will be scattered and eaten by plants and animals forever. We will die. We cannot escape from death. We will suffer. We cannot escape from reality. The real question is, will we stand or we will kneel? Take it? We will stand, obviously. That's what makes a man a man. Humanity is standing against the future of humanity being no more. And I want that again on the material we make, because we need to give that to the next generation and the next generation and the next, until there's no longer any human here. Tell them you are as worthy as I am. You are an equal in my eyes. So, what are we doing there? What will we do here? Will we take it? Take the loss and run and hide and cry? They took our toys. Just saying, let's make better toys. They cannot win if we don't let them win. If they take everything from us, we will make something better. That's what humanity is for. Let's never forget that. Let's keep making something. The same blood, the same bones, the same flesh as other humans. Throughout history, Egypt, art, culture. Greece, art, culture. Mesopotamia, art, culture. They are gone. Art and culture is not. Humanity is not. Remember that. Always remember that. I want you to always be proud to say humanity is not dead. Thus, what I am is the fight against death. And fight. Because when you lose that, you lose yourself. And I have been there. I have been there. Even there's a way to come back to humanity. There will always be. Never be afraid of that. Never be afraid of if you take the wrong turn. If you make the wrong move, there's always a way back to humanity. It is in your blood. Yeah, I know my way of thinking about humanity may be a bit idealized, but you know what? It's efficient, historically speaking. And that's the best way you can approach from a humanitarian point of view and from an anthropological point of view to what we are. Because we are resilient. And the resilience of our species is the only reason we are still here. We are stepping right now in the same land as our ancestors because humanity decided to keep going on. They didn't kill themselves. They protected their lives and the lives of their families. So know that they are fully forgotten by our cultures. Their blood is still on us. They are not lost. They are hiding inside of us. Please remember that. Please be proud. If you are white, if you are black, if you are Latino, if you are, I don't know, Mesopotamian, be proud. Not of being that, but being a human, because every single human around the world has contributed. So today, you can be here, and whatever you do will contribute for the next generation to stand. That's culture. And that's pop culture, popular culture. The culture of the masses, the culture of us, of everyone, of the people. The culture of everyone. We give someone to the culture without thinking about the ramifications. We just give it so they can use it to make it better. The same as our blood. That's creativity. We pass it on to the next generation. And whatever they do with that is theirs, no longer us. Our job right now is to protect the culture to be passed on. The popular culture, the culture of the people. Human culture, that's pop culture. It's an amalgamation of folk tales from every part of the world, hero tales from everywhere, and one simple mentality that is back in our brains and will always be because we will always have human blood. How about that? How about thinking that our culture, or popular culture, the culture of the masses, is meant to inspire every single man on the masses to become a hero? So we no longer have an uneducated mass of people. We have a bunch of heroes to be. That was the original intent of pop culture, breaking every single wall and letting everyone dream of a hero. Not only one color, not only one person. It was never the case. If not, go to India and look in their registries. They have a bunch of Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, and Peter Parkers. That's Peter Parker as a single word is a name on India. Enough saying. They are brown and they love the white heroes because it's not about the color of the hero, it's about the humanity. We need to restore pop culture to us, to the people. It must no longer be the weapon of the elites to control us, to decide what we should do. It was never its place. Popular culture is not about being popular, about being seen by everyone. It's about being there for everyone. A huge difference in there. And that came from a book that is more than 600 years old. And if you read the Bible, if you read the Bhagavad Gita, if you read brain fart, sorry. If you read the holy text from every single religion, La Torah, if you read the Quran, if you read every single religious book, you will get that they are not telling you in, let's say, the Quran, brown people are the only one that can be Muslim. They are telling you everyone that wants to praise our God shall do it together. Yeah, it has a lot of stupid things too, but that's the main basis, sharing that and giving it to everyone so everyone can get the ideals. The Bible is pop culture. The Quran is pop culture. It is the culture of the masses. Religion is part of the culture. And religion is a mass kind of culture. It's culture of the masses. It's pop culture. Never forget that. The books, the anthologies of the tales of the Middle East, like the Bible, is pop culture. It has heroes. It has villains. It has fights for the goodness of a man's soul. That's why Superman is always compared with Jesus. They are the same kind of character. And well, we are 4 hours 14 minutes, and I have been ranting about humanity as a whole for like an hour. Hope you are not bored by my weird way to see life, but I want to restore passion to being us. How about that? Let's start by restoring passion for being human. Whatever comes next, it will come next. But for now, we are in Progressive Park. The currents are going wild and ravaging the earth. So what? Are we dead? No. Then so what? Let them trample whatever they want. They are clearing the path for us to construct something else. And let's leave it at that. Well, that's good to have out of my chest. Everyone, please be happy, try to make something and enjoy being here, man. Just enjoy being here. Take a look at something old, and I mean really old. Get to the Epic of Gilgamesh. One of the first and I think the oldest tale ever told for humanity. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's the first written tale told to humanity. Get it. And go and watch the original Christopher Reeve Superman. Why don't you? Well, go and watch a hero being a hero for hero's sake. And get pumped by your humanity, by your heart pumping blood on your body and making you get weirder and make culture. Get inspired, and if you can, create. Making videos, talking to people, that's a good way to create. Get that creativity flowing. Get your humanity flowing. Get your humanity back. This is everything for today. Thanks for being here and hope I can have you again sometime. Remember, I'm doing this every single Saturday, so you're welcome to come to Progressive Park and hear me rant. I will try to get some other people so we can rant together. Be safe and see you next time.
It is ma'am.